afternoon. At this time, I'd like to call the regular,
Yes.
the regular meeting to order. Clerk of the board, please call the roll.
Arencibia,
Present.
Lopez,
Here.
Lopez Zepeda,
Here.
Solis,
Present.
Aguirre.
Here.
This is the point of the agenda where members of the public may address the board in matters posted for the special meeting and in accordance with the Government Code Section 54954.3, subsection A. The board will provide an opportunity for members of the public to directly address the legislative body concerning any item that has been described in the notice for the meeting, before or during consideration of that item. Each person wishing to address an item on the meeting notice in closed session will have 2 minutes to do so.
There are no speakers, Madam President.
Okay. If there are no further communication, I would recess the meeting for consideration of the following closed session items as posted in the meeting notice. Number 1, students expulsion, suspension, expulsions, reinstatements, Education Code 48916 through 48918. Students identified by case and ID number. Number 2, Public Employee Discipline Dismissal Release, Government Code Section 54957. Number 3, Conference with legal counsel, existing litigation, Paragraph 1 of Subdivision 2 of Government Code Section 54956.9. Item 4, Conference with Legal Counsel, Anticipated Litigation, Paragraph 2 of Subdivision D of the Government Code Section 54956.9. And Item 5, Conference with Labor Negotiator, Government Code Section 54957.6. We will now adjourn to closed session. afternoon. At this time, I would like to reconvene the regular board meeting. Clerk of the board, please call roll.
Arencibia?
Present.
Emerald? Here. Lopez?
Here.
Lopez Cepeda?
Here.
Solis?
Present.
Aguirre?
Here.
Davis?
Here.
The board met in closed session preceding this meeting to discuss the following issues: student expulsion suspensions, expulsions reinstatements, Education Code Section 48916 through 48918, students identified by case and ID number. Item 2, public employee discipline dismissal release, Government Code Section 54957. Item 3, conference with legal counsel, existing litigation, paragraph 1 of subdivision D of Government Code Section 54956.9. Item 4, conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, paragraph 2 of subdivision D of Government Code Section 54956.9. Item 5, the conference with labor negotiator, Government Code Section 54957.6. The board took the following action. Moved by Lopez Cepeda, second by Solis, to approve the request for leave of absence for one certificated employee with a vote of Arancibia, yes; Emerald, yes; Lopez, yes; Lopez Cepeda, yes; Solis, yes. Okay. At this time, I will entertain a motion to approve the agenda for the March 10, 2024.
So moved.
Board clerk.
Davis?
Yes.
Arencibia?
Yes.
Emerald?
Yes.
Lopez? Lopez Cepeda?
Here. Yes.
Yes. Solis?
Yes. Yes.
Motion passes 5-0. Would you like to go back and conduct the flag salute? Thank you.
All right. At this time, we'll have a moment of silence and the Pledge of Allegiance. So please, everyone stand. Pledge of Allegiance, right hand over your heart. Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. I apologize, I get all excited, huh? Okay. All right. The board is very proud to recognize the Olympian High School wrestling team for their dominating season, securing the league and Metro Conference championships for the 6th consecutive year and winning the CIF Division I championship. At the CIF tournament, the school had 3 individual champions and 3 runner-ups, with 8 wrestlers qualifying for the Masters tournament. Each year, the school has nearly 50 young women compete on the mat and contribute to the team's legacy. We are very proud of all of their accomplishments and would like to honor and congratulate Coach Jesse Perez and the Olympian High girls wrestling team. Would you come up, please? Coach Perez, do you have your team members? Yeah, they're right here. Come on up.
Say a few words.
Yeah. Would you like to say a few words, Coach? Ladies? At the microphone.
At the mic. Yeah.
Hello. My name is Vanya Victoria. I'm the team captain of this wrestling team, and I just want to give a big shout out to Coach Jesse and Coach Schaefer. It wouldn't be possible without our coaches. They support us like every single practice, and they motivate us every practice. And they make a lot of sacrifices to take us, to expose us to high-quality wrestling in the North County, and taking us and supporting us to even wrestle in the next level, at a collegiate level. And I just want to give a big shout-out to all my teammates. They're very strong individual women, and they go out there, they put everything on the mat, and that takes grit, you know? That takes, like, never giving up, believing in yourself, and believing in your dreams no matter what. So, yeah.
Okay. Coach, We have some certificates for you and the girls, but we're going to take a picture first with the whole team.
Everybody ready? Yeah, here we go. 1, 2, and 3.
The board is pleased to welcome Hilltop High School students, Principal Bill Walsh, and teacher Gina Woodward, who have a presentation for the board.
Thank you for the invitation to appear before you. We have a few students here that want to kind of showcase the work that they've been doing. My name is Gina Woodard, and I'm a teacher and a club advisor at Hilltop High School. I think what our motivation is in some of these activities that you're going to hear from is just really trying to get students to extend their learning outside of the classroom, giving them avenues for exploring like civic engagement in the community, building partnerships with the mayor's office and city hall and local organizations and NGOs and nonprofits, and we're very grateful to have Tina Mathias here from South Bay Sustainable Communities because she's provided a lot of incredible training for these students. So we'll start with Abby Costello. One more thing I just want to mention real quickly is a few years ago I met with Dr. Aguirre, and we have been doing the Seal of Civic Engagement, a diploma seal that's available for students. So all of these students you're going to hear from will be earning or have earned their Seal of Civic Engagement.
Nice.
I'll come back to that.
Well, hi everybody. My name's Abby, and I'm the president of our Youth for a Sustainable Future Club at Hilltop. As you may know, every student at Hilltop receives a free lunch, which includes a drink, a fruit, and a meal. But a lot of that gets thrown into the landfill where it produces greenhouse gases that exacerbate climate change. And so our Youth for a Sustainable Future Club mobilizes over 90 students to collect and divert food waste daily during lunch. Organic waste is composted, and then untouched food is washed and donated back to food insecure families in San Diego County. And so students engaged in activities such as community cleanups, campus gardening and composting, and promote sustainability in the community as well.
Hi, I'm Diego Andrew. I'm a freshman, and so I'm just here to cover on what Y4SF has accomplished in the last year. So Y4SF is a program that spans 15 schools of high schools, middle schools, and elementary schools. And in the last year, we've recovered 113,000 pounds of food waste from the landfills and prevented the production of 90,000 pounds of greenhouse gases from entering the atmosphere. Y4SF students have also secured 86,000 pounds of food from food that would otherwise be wasted to food insecure families in South Bay.
This was last school year when Assemblymember Alvarez came to visit our club and to learn about the program. And I feel like with an issue as big as climate change, it can feel daunting and like students can't do anything. This work allows students to take action and make a difference.
Hello, my name's Tom Castro. I'm the vice president of Hilltop's Y4SF Club, and I'm in charge of seeing our compost bin. And every day we have students that go out during lunch to collect food waste that would otherwise be thrown away. And every week we cut up this food and we use it to manage our school's compost bin. And this is we divert food that would otherwise end up in landfill and use it for something productive like our school garden. And then here are some pictures of opportunities that students also get to get involved outside of school. So here we have cleanups and working in our community farm in San Isidro. Thank you.
And yeah, Y4SF students have also presented at the Chula Vista City Council, where we've collaborated on a single-use plastics ordinance for Chula Vista, served on the Chula Vista Sustainability Commission, that's me, and also contributed to shaping climate and transportation policy, as well as volunteered at community town hall meetings. And you could see in that picture, there's us at City Hall, one of our times we tabled at the Lemon Festival, and then also one of our cleanups.
And I just want to just interject here. Abby Costello is our salutatorian, and she is the most amazing young woman you're ever going to meet. She's serving on the City Sustainability Commission. She's been an incredible leader. I'm going to miss her tremendously.
Oh.
Hi, my name is Isabella Diaz, and I'm one of the co-presidents of the Interact Club at Hilltop High School. In Interact Club, students engage in a variety of service and leadership activities, such as preparing meals for families in need, collecting gently used clothing, books, and shoes for individuals in need, assembling dog beds for the Chula Vista Animal Care Facility, and distributing meals to seniors, and much more. Interactors respond to the needs of their communities. They also engage in leadership training, such as the Rotary Youth Leadership Awards, or RYLA, which I attended last year. RYLA is basically an intensive leadership camp where you develop your leadership skills and have fun alongside other like-minded individuals. And RYLA is the top middle corner, and that's me in the middle. Thank you.
And Bella's a fantastic club president. She's been involved in bringing so many different service events.
Oh yeah, I mean, I could share a little bit about our Model UN as well. I was involved in it last year. And these are some pictures from a previous conference, but basically through Model UN, students build critical thinking skills, gain experience by engaging in conflict resolution, where we do like mock negotiation groups where we represent different countries, peace building, public speaking, and negotiations exercises.
I think that's it. Thank you for allowing us to share. We really want to bring all these programs to all the schools in our district, really to have students be able to make the connection between high school and college and career, and to just really being able to build that kind of resume experience by some of the stuff that they do outside of the classroom. So thank you very much.
Would you stay up here so we could do a picture? Don't go away.
Before you leave, yeah.
Before you leave, come on up. Come on back.
Just want to recognize all of our assistant principals who are here
We
tonight.
have such an amazing admin. These guys, I'm just so grateful. They've been so supportive of everything, so thank you guys.
We'll send them ours.
All right, yeah, big group again. Here we go. Ready? 1, 2, and 3.
Thank you. Alrighty. We will now have a message from our superintendent, Dr. Moises Aguirre.
Thank you, President Lopez Cepeda. Good evening and buenas tardes. Bienvenidos todos and welcome to our March 10th, 2025 Board of Education meeting. For today's update, I wanted to share out some of the different events that have been happening across the district. And here's a brief listing, and I will kind of highlight the fact it is brief because there's so much going on across the district. So recently we had a groundbreaking for the modernization project for classrooms and student support areas at Mar Vista Academy. We had a district-wide STEM research fair, which was located at Olympian High School. I had an opportunity to attend the swearing in for our local congressional representatives, Congressman Juan Vargas and Congresswoman Sarah Jacobs. We restored a program manager in the area of visual and performing arts, the first one we've had since 2018-19 school year. We also had a groundbreaking for a new 2-story classroom and student services building at Castle Park High School. I had an opportunity to attend a Metro Conference Student Council, a group of student leader athletes in our district. And I want to say thank you to Mr. Estrada for convening that group and for Commissioner Hines for attending that event. The Adelante Latino Conference was held at UCSD, which is a great way to introduce our students to UC San Diego. Also, the San Diego Science Festival took place in town. Thank you to all of our teachers and students who participated in that event. I had an opportunity to tour the new Gaylord Pacific Conference Center, which held a very large employment and hiring event over the weekend with approximately 800 positions being open. We hope this is a wonderful addition to our South Bay community and supporting our economy. Also, this past Friday, I had an opportunity to attend the district's Art Contest Awards ceremony, which took place at the Chula Vista Public Library. It was a great showcase of the artistic talent that resides within our district. This past Saturday, I had an opportunity to participate on a panel for the California Teachers of World Languages Conference, hosted right here in San Diego, with 3 other great superintendents and friends, Dr. Fabiola Bagula from San Diego Unified, Mr. Carl Mueller of Coronado Unified, Dr. Eduardo Reyes of Chula Vista Elementary, and myself. It was a great conversation on the importance of teaching world languages and exposing our students to others throughout the world through language. We also held a meeting of the Audit and Finance Subcommittee, which will return as an agenda item later this evening. I would like to point out that this year's audit has come back as clean as possible, in contrast with what some, like the San Diego County Taxpayers Association, might have the public believe. Thanks to the prudent and responsible nature of this year's budget, we will be proceeding without layoffs in our district this year. Actions such as the adjustments of school periods from 8 to 6 will allow us to not proceed with the dreaded March 15th notices. And as we have a focus on stability, this is something that we have held closely. Thank you to the entire district for collaborating on efforts to manage our budget responsibly as we continue to look to do so moving forward. In the area of athletics, I would like to highlight and congratulate the following CIF San Diego area champions from our district, which are the following. Division 1, we have Olympian Eagles Girls Wrestling. Congratulations to Olympian Girls Wrestling. Division 2, we have Bonita Vista High School Barons Boys Wrestling Team. Congratulations to Bonita Vista. In the open division, we had Montgomery High's Aztecs Boys Basketball. And for those of you who may not be familiar, open division is the highest level caliber of competition, so Montgomery High really made us proud. Division 1, Victory Christian Victory's Girls Basketball. Congratulations to them. Division 2, Olympian High Eagles Boys Basketball Team as well, Division 2. And Division 3, Otay Ranch High Mustangs Girls Basketball. Congratulations, Otay Ranch. That was a lot of champions right there in Metro Conference. Congratulations to all on a wonderful season of sport, to all of our teams, and a special congratulations to these teams on their special seasons. I did want to address something that some of you may have read in the news recently. It is unfortunate to report that a program that was supporting approximately 164 students in our district with special needs, titled Charting My Path, was recently cut by the federal government. That grant was a $2 million grant over 2 years, and it was halted, effective immediately in February. While not casting aspersions, and since it was in the news recently, I did want to acknowledge this publicly so that our students, our staff, and our parents would know that this has indeed occurred as a result of federal action. And with that, let's get on with this evening's board meeting of education. Gracias por la oportunidad de servir.
Thank you, Dr. Aguirre. Now we will have a message or a report from the student board representative, Ms. Liliana Davis.
Good evening, everyone. This is kind of a long one, so bear with me here. Last week, during the early part of February, I had the pleasure of meeting at Southwest High School with the district's high school's ASB presidents. We were also joined by Ms. Fox and Ms. Emerald, and thank you to everyone who attended. Your valuable insight and advice is highly appreciated. Our next meeting is scheduled for the first week of April for the date and location to be determined. The next meeting will also continuously be hybrid, providing an opportunity for those who cannot attend in person to participate. March is Women's History Month, and while we celebrate Women's History Month, I want to remind us of the immense contributions that women have made to society across every field, either it was education, politics, science, everything. The celebration of Women's History Month is an opportunity to reflect on their resilience, leadership, and perseverance. Role models within our school district, including teachers, administrators, and community leaders, continue to inspire us through their dedication and excellence. And by highlighting the achievements of women throughout history, we foster a culture of respect, empowerment, and understanding for all students. On another note, next week is the last week of the CPR training in the district's middle schools. I'd like to shed some light on the CPR training that has been happening all across the district. Ms. Fox so kindly shared with me at the meeting that all 9th and 10th graders in the district's high schools have been through CPR training. This would be more than 13,000 students that have been trained so far district-wide. After next week, this wonderful group of people would have finished training all 9th and 10th graders, middle schoolers, as well as alternative education and adult schools. This is truly amazing, and I'd like to take this opportunity to commend Ms. Fox and her group for all of their work. Now, I know that the past few meetings, I have really emphasized the bathroom issues, privacy, availability, cleanliness, and so much more. But the reality is that these concerns continue to impact students every single day. Relating to daily access of bathrooms, students have reported a larger amount of bathrooms open on campus during passing periods, break times, and especially during class times. In the past, I have drawn awareness to this critical importance, and I, as many others, are so glad to see that progress is being made. This improvement ensures greater convenience and accessibility, allowing students to focus on their day without unnecessary disruptions. Beyond just daily access, the disparity in restroom availability extends to our sports facilities as well. At Southwest, the girls' softball team faces an unfair challenge when it comes to bathroom access. While the boys' baseball team has a restroom just a short walk from their dugout, the girls have to walk nearly 5 minutes to reach the nearest facility. Specifically, it is 530 steps from the girls' softball field to the bathroom, which takes about 4 minutes and 54 seconds to walk. In contrast, the boys' baseball field is only 58 steps from their dugout to the bathroom and a much more convenient 38.64 seconds. Think about it. This is so important to Southwest students and even administrators that they took the time to count the distance step by step and second by second. This is being explored, and it's not just an inconvenience, it's an equity issue. A temporary solution, like renting a porta potty, is being explored, but the real fix is ensuring that our female athletes have the same level of access as their male counterparts. One long-term solution could be moving the varsity softball field closer to the bathrooms where the junior varsity field currently sits. I know Ms. Emerald has already planned to see what can be done about this, and I hope we come together to explore the best solution. This is not it, however, because at Olympian High School, one major concern has been the lack of lights on the soccer field, which directly impacts the boys lacrosse team as well as the girls, which I happen to be a part of. Because there are so many outdoor teams, especially during the spring sports season, I have seen firsthand all of the teams competing for a spot on the field. Between games, track meets, practices, and more, it gets pretty hectic. And without proper lighting, players are forced to warm up in the dark, creating a serious safety hazard. Lacrosse balls are hard and travel at high speeds, making visibility crucial to preventing injuries. As the spring sports season brings more outdoor sports, this issue becomes even more pressing. Ensuring adequate lighting would not only improve safety, but also enhance the overall practice experience for athletes, allowing them to train effectively without the unnecessary risks. Addressing this concern would be a significant step towards supporting student athletes and prioritizing their well-being. We have explored the possibility of renting lights for the soccer field, but then this begs the question, is it the ASB's job to provide the money for this? If so, why? This is putting students at danger, and although it's only a select amount, those select amount of students matter too. I'd quickly like to add that the construction at Chula Vista High School is now up and running, and if you've been on campus recently, you've probably noticed the trailers in the parking lot, the blue barriers around the fences, and even some roofs being moved. This expansion promises more classrooms, bathrooms, and seating space, things that will benefit all students in the long run, and we are so grateful that the problems had been ironed out and now these students can reap the benefits of their new and improved campus coming soon. These concerns may seem small, but they add up. Whether it's restroom access in the school day or ensuring fairness for student athletes, these are issues that affect student life in real ways. Thank you for everyone who's present tonight for listening and your commitment to making our schools a better place for everyone. By working together, we can continue to push for meaningful improvements that enhance the student experience, promote equity, and ensure safety for all. Thank you.
Thank you. This is the point on the agenda where members of the public may address the board on any matter not on the agenda and have 3 minutes to do so. Pursuant to the board bylaw, the board may limit the time for public comment on any single topic to 20 minutes per topic. The Board of Trustees cannot legally take action on or respond to matters not posted on the public agenda, but will refer the matter to the Superintendent's office for review and report. Speakers shall refrain from using profanity and shall speak in a respectful manner. Thank you for your cooperation. Do we have any?
Yes, the first group of speakers, there's 10, and they're all for the same topic. Okay. So I don't know if you wanted us to time it for the 20 minutes.
Yes.
Okay. Jonathan Burgos.
Superintendent Dr. Aguirre and the esteemed members of the board. My name is Jonathan Burgos. I'm the Executive Director of First Gen Scholars. I want to start by sincerely thanking you for support of our program and for the ongoing commitment of expanding college access to the students here in the district. Because of your leadership, we've been able to increase college application rates, secure scholarships, and launch First Gen clubs throughout the district. So over the course of 2 years, we've supported over 100 students, providing them with mentorship, resources, and guidance, successfully having them secure over $8 million in scholarships. They're attending almost every Ivy League school currently. In addition to that, we have First Gen clubs at almost every high school within the district, except for Eastlake and Castle Park, but hopefully soon, and soon to be Hilltop as well. And beyond the numbers, though, it's the personal stories that truly reflect the impact of the program. So I'm excited to share with you their stories, but first I want to highlight a couple of students that are not here today that I wanted to share. One is Dominic from San Ysidro High. He got a full ride offer to Stanford as well as University of Pennsylvania. And also the Department of Defense, he has a full ride scholarship through that already, including employment. So that's pretty good for, for a student. Some of your ASB presidents are actually a part of our program too and did the summer program with us. And then on top of that, there's also a student named Darren from Sweetwater who also has a full ride to Stanford in his back pocket. So tonight I'm honored to introduce to you a few of our outstanding students who are going to share about our program and how it shaped their journey and future aspirations. So thank you again for the opportunity to share with you today, and we hope that you consider us for funding, not just for this year, but for future opportunities.
Thank you.
Damian Vizcarra? Oh, I'm sorry, did you have an order you wanted to go in?
No, it's fine.
Okay. What was your name?
Erica.
Okay, go ahead.
Good evening. My name is Erica Abe, Class of 2025 President, First Gen Club Founder, and Vice President at Olympian High School. I've currently been accepted to SDSU, UCR, Cal Poly Pomona, and other universities. I'm currently waiting my results from the other UCs and Cal Poly SLO. I'm incredibly grateful for all the opportunities First Gen has given me. I saw how many Sweetwater Union students were benefiting from First Gen. Thus, this inspired me to bring the program to Olympian. In its first year, we have been able to support many first-generation students by guiding them through the college application process, using the knowledge we gained from our summer program. One meaningful moment was after a college application workshop, when a student I was supporting for the past 2 hours said, "Thank you so much, Erica, for all your help today. It really means a lot." Hearing this short piece of gratitude felt incredibly rewarding. Knowing that we are able to make a difference for students like ourselves is exactly why this program is so valuable for students across San Diego. Many Olympian juniors are eager to join because they have seen the impact it has had on me and my peers, giving them the ability to thrive towards higher education with no debt. Joining this organization is not about fulfilling my personal dreams, but also honoring the sacrifices my family has made immigrating to the United States. My mother's dream as an adolescent was for her kids to be fluent in English. And achieving this only fuels my desire to achieve so much more for my family by pursuing higher education. Before joining the program, I lacked confidence in my ability to apply for college. However, my advisors encouraged me to recognize my potential as I developed self-assurance in my achievements. First Gen Scholars' guidance and encouragement has been invaluable, not just for me, but for so many other first-generation students. Thank you so much.
Damian Vizcarra?
Good evening, everyone. My name is Damian Vizcarra. I'm currently a senior at Montgomery High School, and I am the president of the First Gen Scholars Club at my school. I first met Jonathan last summer at the First Gen Scholars Summer Program, and honestly, it was one of the most invaluable experiences of my life. During the summer program, I became more of an open person. Before, I hardly had friends at school, yet through the program, I was connected to people who were just like me. Lots of first-generation students coming from my same background with immigrant parents, with aspirations of going to college, but who felt lost in the process, who felt like they needed guidance. And Jonathan and his team were that point for me. They were that beacon of help for me. And after attending his program, I began the club. I didn't begin the club, sorry. But I continued the club at my school, where we supported our junior class and our senior class in their college application process. And currently, we are working on supporting our junior class, seeing as they will be starting senior year soon. And I just want to thank Jonathan and everyone at their team. Thank you.
I'm not sure if it's Tom or Tony Hernandez. Toa, sorry. Toa Hernandez.
Hi. Hi, good evening. Sorry, allergies. So my name is Toa Hernandez, and I was lucky to meet Jonathan a few years back as a sophomore student. We were doing some sort of like film activity, and that's when I got to know him closer and more about the program. As of today, I've received several full-ride scholarships to institutions like University of Rhode Island, University of San Diego, and became qualified as a finalist for competitive scholarships like the Jack Kent Koch Scholars, as well as for the Gates Scholarships. These scholarships weren't expectations that I had in my head. In fact, years before, I've met with a lot of rejections, and so I came to First Gen to sort of relieve of those insecurities. They taught me how to connect myself with my story that I really had, relating myself from backgrounds as a Mexican American, coming from son of immigrant parents, as well as with a story of abstraction and lots of different experiences. So going from my rowing experiences from in the Bay to now what I do in the classroom and outside, I was able to express that to institutions, and I saw that I really had the potential there, all because of what First Gen provided for me. So I'm really happy that this program is available, and I can't wait to see how many more students will benefit from this as well. And yeah, thanks.
Randy Guerrero.
Hello, good evening, everyone. My name is Randy Guerrero. I'm a senior at Sweetwater High School, and as of today, I've been accepted early to the University of Southern California and UC Berkeley, as well as like Colgate University through the Questbridge pilot program. Alongside these schools, I gained admittance to all my CSU schools that I applied to: SDSU, CSU Long Beach, San Jose State University, and San Francisco State University. I am awaiting admission from Emory, Columbia, UCLA, UCI, and UCSD. To fund my college attendance, I'm currently a finalist for the Jack Kent Cooke Foundation and also a Gates finalist. For me, these accomplishments would not be possible without the help of my advisor, Jonathan Burgos, and the First Gen Scholars team. Before the program, I was ready to settle just for whichever school would take me in. But with the resources that First Gen has provided, it definitely has helped me in getting admittance to these schools and scholarships that I previously thought were out of my reach. So with the help and mentoring of the entire First Gen team, I can confidently say that I haven't settled, and instead I've sought private schools and the scholarships that, for me, like I never imagined I would be in the running for. As a result of the confidence First Gen instilled in me, giving me a place to share my story and a place to make that story compelling, made me realize the power in my cultural roots. Instead of seeing my disadvantages as something that was a weakness or something that should deter me from applying to these different opportunities, it gave me strength to advance my education. And I can't express enough gratitude for the hours that not only like the team at First Gen Scholars, but also the community has helped me and achieve these feats. And I think it's crucial to continue having this program in the Sweetwater district for future classes, just for the resources that they bring to underprivileged students and the confidence that they give in their story and the ability to excel. Thank you.
Joshua Ningare.
Hello, good evening. My name is Joshua Nungare. I'm from Arbor High School. I'm a senior, and I'm a proud student of the First Gen Scholars. I'm also an upcoming freshman for the Boston University Class 2025 through the Questbridge Matching Scholarship. Fun fact is that I am one of the two students that has ever received this scholarship from Arbor High School. Nobody has ever gotten this scholarship, and the other student is Melina Jimenez, which is also part of the First Gen Scholars. So I would say there's a correlation there. I honestly owe a lot of my success to Jonathan over here. I remember that we would have days where he would just be making sure that I was on top of my writing, specifically when we were doing the Questbridge matching and I was having to write my story and everything. I would tell him everything about myself, and he would tell me just the truth about what should be on a college application and what should not, which honestly helped a lot. And I'm convinced that these moments with everyone else in First Gen and Jonathan is what made my writing so good, because I had people that I could relate to being there with me. So I really do agree with Jonathan over here that you guys consider it for more funding, because I think that this benefits so many more students, and people from Arbis that help could really use it and be future matching scholars as well. Thank you.
Jan Reimer.
Hello. How are you guys doing? Awesome. My name is Raymer, and like many of my peers here tonight, I'm among the first in my family to get into college, or even just attempt to get in. As an immigrant from the Philippines, I felt the pressure of attending higher education and bring my family financial stability. However, there seemed to be an inverse relationship between the push for college and the support to actually get students like me there. For reference, last year at Sweetwater, out of the 656 graduates, only 30% were eligible to attend a 4-year UC. First Gen provided the helping hand that many of my peers needed, me included. They not only developed my writing abilities, but challenged me to think deeper about my story. They intuitively broke down the college application process while teaching me unique skills like systems and design thinking. Over time, these skills not only made me a more confident student, but also a more confident human, feeling not anxiety, but pride in my story. With their help, I was able to gain admission to my dream school, UC Berkeley, for mechanical engineering for basically completely free. However, First Gen's reach doesn't just end with their scholars. Over 20 high schools, like Jonathan mentioned, First Gen clubs support their peers in the same way the program supported us. Using First Gen's model, I personally supported over 50 seniors write their college applications through workshops and one-on-one meetings. And currently, our club is doing a mentorship program where we match first-gen scholars that attend our school with juniors to better prepare them for the upcoming application season and to also better take advantage of the program in the summer. Seeing my peers who weren't in the program benefit from its resources is a testament to First Gen's dedication to not only serving their scholars, but uplifting the overall community and working towards hopefully raising that 30% just a little bit higher. And for that, I couldn't be any more grateful.
Thank you.
Nathan De Jesus.
Good evening, District Board and community members. Thank you for having me today. My name is Nathan De Jesus, and I'm the current ASB Vice President at Sweetwater High School. I'm here today to speak to you about my experience with First Gen scholars. First Gen has been such a huge impact in my life, not only with the help of college access and applications, but with the people and the connections you make within the program. During the summer, I was one of 50 students able to participate in the summer program that First Gen hosts. When I was a sophomore, I was dying to participate in this program. Seeing my senior friends attend Ivies like UPenn, Columbia, Stanford, and more just blew my mind because I never thought kids like us would be able to attend school at all about the application process, nor did I know how to structure my essays to fit the word count. My parents did not go to college, so I had no idea on what to expect. As I entered a space full of kids that had similar experiences and interests as I do, Jonathan, Chris, and Arnold all greeted us with open arms, explaining to us how much they wanted to assist us with any needs possible, and they won't stop until we're satisfied. Along this time, I was able to draft my first ever college essay, as well as get aid on how to fix it. Writing has never been my strong suit, especially writing about my own experiences and myself. But after this program, it really shaped the way I wrote. Not only did it help with my essays, but it helped me within my classes as well, especially with my AP Literature class. Some of you might be curious about, oh, what happens after the summer program? Do they just leave you to figure it out? The answer is no. First Gen helps you throughout your high school career, and even after, help you find a job. Someone I've gotten close to is a Harvard and MIT alumni, Arnold Lopez. Arnold is the Senior Director of Workforce Innovation and my cohort lead. He assisted me with revising my essays as well as knowing how to share my story. Arnold has given me such an outlet to share my story, and he is only one of many in this program. This program really is a blessing to us Sweetwater students. Another person I would love to highlight for the success of this program and the success of not only my future, but more than 600 students from San Diego County is Jonathan Burgos, the founder and executive director of First Gen Scholars. Jonathan has been such a blessing to work with. The impact he's made in my life in such little time shows how much he deeply cares for us students. He's always excited to help us and always has a smile on his face when he walks in a room. Not only did Jonathan help me with my college applications, but he helped me and other students start our own 501c3 nonprofit called RAISE, Rising AAPI Youth of San Diego, the first youth-led nonprofit. Jonathan has been such an amazing person to work with, and students like me who are looking for a future after high school really deserve a chance at this program. First Gen Scholars has been a route to my success, with currently 4 acceptances from Cal Poly Pomona, UC Merced, UC Riverside, and San Diego State, and waiting on 5 more. First Gen Scholars gave me and many other students an outlet to express our stories to turn into college acceptances. Okay. Thank you.
Thomas Gutierrez.
Hello, my name is Tomas Gutierrez. I'm a senior at Sweetwater High School. I was a participant in the First Gen Summer Program, and as many of my peers have stated, this has instilled in me the tools to tell my story and also service my community. Throughout my high school experience, I have been dedicated to servicing my community as a member of ASB, Link Crew, as well as a treasurer in my school's First Gen Club, GSA, and a class officer. As well, I was a participant in the Young Supervisors Program under Nora Vargas. The program has instilled in me the tools to tell my story and serve my community. None of my extracurriculars have been as impactful as serving as treasurer for my school's First Gen program, where we mentor our peers to help them with their applications, especially our juniors who I am currently assigned to. I'm currently helping 6 juniors with their applications to the several programs, and seeing them struggle with the same things that I did before the program has really made me realize how far I've come in my ability to tell my story and communicate. This is all thanks to the First Gen Scholars program, and I just really think that you guys should consider continuing your support for them. Thank you.
Thank you.
Abigail Costello.
Hi, everybody. Nice to see you again. But I'm Abby, and I'm a senior at Hilltop, and I'm also in the First Gen program, and I'm the only student from my school who was in the program this year. So far, I've been accepted to SDSU, UC Davis, and UC Berkeley, and I'm also waiting on UCSD, UCLA, and some of the Ivies as well as Stanford. So prior to being in First Gen, I was honestly really unconfident about my college journey, despite doing all the activities and extracurriculars I thought would prepare me. But not only as a First Gen student, but also as a child of an immigrant, I didn't feel prepared for the college application process at all. But joining First Gen not only taught me about how to apply for college, but also gave me the confidence to apply to top schools I never would have even have imagined getting into. The most important memory that I remember in that journey was over the summer when Jonathan gave a presentation about imposterism, which is aptly named imposterism rather than imposter syndrome, because syndrome implies that it's an issue with us rather than an issue around us. And I came out of that presentation with a new perspective on how we can support First Gen students. Aside from college and scholarship support, Jonathan has also provided support on the days we're stressed and busy, and always reminds us to take time for ourselves to prevent burnout, something that's all too common for First Gen students. Because of this, I'm also helping in the effort to begin a First Gen club at Hilltop for students next year, so that more students can also develop the confidence to succeed. I hope that all the testimonies from students have made you guys care more about this program, and I hope that you guys will give funding to the program for the future.
That was the last speaker on that topic, so now we'll move to the miscellaneous topics for public speaking. Lucy Ugarte.
Good evening, President Lopez Cepeda, trustees, and Dr. Aguirre. Lucy Ugarte, President, Sweetwater Education Association. Students learn best when they feel seen, heard, and valued. Acknowledging that safety is more than physical and fostering a sense of belonging encourages students to engage more fully in their own learning, and in turn fosters not only academic success but better well-being. Teachers create classroom environments to develop positive relationships with and between students. At the heart of this setting is respect. That esteem begins with seeing and knowing students for who they are, so that they can learn, grow, and develop into the best version of themselves. Because we realize that each of our students is unique, with different backgrounds and distinct experiences, teachers spend enormous amounts of time listening and learning about the people who are in our daily care. It is one of the greatest joys of our role as educators. One that I am sure is shared by our colleagues who have roles outside of the classroom. Teachers are protectors. They give students the safe space that they need to grow and learn. The pin you have before you is an effort led by SEA for our LGBTQIA+ students and staff to know that they are safe with us. It is a symbol that is visual and speaks the simple yet profound message, you are safe with me. To date, over 200 of our members are wearing these pins while they're teaching, and we are distributing another 200 before break. Wearing this pin means we see our students, we hear and acknowledge them, we value them, and they are safe with us. We invite you to join us in the wearing of these pins and in the sharing of this message. Thank you.
Morgan Clark.
Hello. My name is Morgan Clark. I'm here today speaking as an English teacher from Otay Ranch High School. I am here on behalf of countless other humanities teachers to discuss our concerns about AI. Many of us in education have been hearing a lot of hype around this new technology for the last few years. How it passed the bar or the medical boards, it didn't. How it will soon outpace human thinking capabilities or lead to artificial general intelligence, it won't. The people spreading this speculative fiction have a vested interest in boosting the cultural perception of this technology. It increases their investments, it boosts their stock prices, and it draws in users that they can use for free labor to train their programs. Do not believe this hype. This technology is dependent on large-scale plagiarism and massive computing power that is burning down our planet. One of Google's data centers requires 285,000 semiconductors and 10,000 graphics processors to run the GPUs needed for AI computing. These chips require minerals to be mined from the earth that are then put into computers that take up massive amounts of electricity. Just one ChatGPT query uses 10 times the electricity of a single Google search. Yes. All of these computers need to be cooled using water. In its latest environmental report, Microsoft disclosed its global water consumption spiked 34% from 2021 to 2022. Google similarly reported a 20% increase. This is because ChatGPT uses up to 1 pint of water every time it receives between 5 to 50 prompts. Data centers in Oregon, Iowa, and other states have sparked concerns over the use of water that can reach into the millions of gallons per day. Concerns that were reignited with the recent LA wildfires. That's not even getting into the fact that AI is trained on unpaid labor from creators, artists, and writers. It's basically a plagiarism machine. And speaking of plagiarism, that's what our students are using it for. Every single teacher I speak to about this topic has caught multiple students cheating using AI. We are setting up our students for failure, as most universities now have a strict policy against any type of AI usage. Many educators claim we just need to teach our students how to use it, but in addition to the environmental concerns, AI stifles the learning process by discouraging students from using their own critical thinking skills. A January 2025 study showed that people who use AI frequently are participating in a phenomenon called cognitive offloading, which has been shown to reduce a person's ability to independently think and solve problems. This study is just one of many that shows AI's negative effects on cognitive ability. AI also erodes students' creativity by reinforcing the idea that all writing should be perfectly generic sounding and professional, which is stripping our students of their own voices. It is also well known that AI hallucinates information like direct quotes and sources, so it cannot be used reliably for tasks like research. I am asking that the board block AI websites for students, using including ChatGPT and DeepSeek, as well as websites that students use to bypass AI detectors, such as Undetectable, Freezely, and Humanizer. Thank you.
Angelica S.
Hello. Good evening, board members, district staff, and fellow parents. I'm here today to speak about inclusion, not just for some, but for all families. Inclusion should mean respecting the rights of every parent, not just those who align with a particular ideology. As a parent, I ask, where are my rights? Why is my child required to be exposed to teachings and content that contradict my values, yet when I raise concerns, I'm dismissed. True inclusion is about choice, balance, and respect, not indoctrination. A clear example of this happened just last week at my son's high school, Hilltop. A biology teacher showed the movie Gattaca, a 1997 film rated PG-13. According to IMDb's parent review, this movie contains sex, nudity, violence, gore, and profanity, including the F word used twice. Where was my say as a parent? Had I been informed, I would have not allowed my child to watch this movie. So why was it shown at school without my knowledge or consent? My child felt uncomfortable watching it, yet he had no choice. Where were his rights? This is exactly the problem we are facing in the Sweetwater Union High School District. Teachers are making decisions about what our children are exposed to without regard for parental input. They introduce topics that have nothing to do with California state standards while ignoring what really matters, academics. We have some of the lowest test scores in math and reading, yet class time is being wasted on non-essential content and personal ideologies. How does this prepare our children for the future? Instead of pushing agendas, we should be focusing on reading, writing, and critical thinking, on ensuring that our students are actually learning. As parents, we are not being validated, we are being ignored. That needs to change. I urge this board to take parental rights seriously and ensure that teachers are focusing on academics, not ideology. Our voices matter, our children's rights matter, and it's time the district started acting like it. Thank you so much.
Alberto M.
Under 13 years of age.
Jerome, never shy. This is on command. Beautiful piece of equipment there, Jerome. Have I ever told you that? Only every time I'm in here. Occupational hazard. You see a great many in the course of any given day. Yours just happens to be an exceptional example. I don't know why my folks didn't order one like that for me.
The doctor is looking at his patient, and he's looking at his penis area, and he's talking about how you guys heard it. That's only one video. It's several stuff.
This is the nudity.
Mm-hmm.
There's a guy naked. And, I mean, you guys have heard the F word.
Yeah, we don't need to hear. You guys don't hear. It's several times.
Anna? There's no last name given. Oh.
Hello, dear members of the school board. I am a parent and community member. I appreciate the opportunity to share my thoughts on the current direction of the school curriculum. I firmly believe that the primary source of education is to provide students with a strong foundation in core academic subjects, such as math, science, reading, and writing. These skills are essential for success in college, as we saw today, careers, and life. However, I am concerned about the increasing inclusion of diversity, equity, DEI topics in the curriculum. I feel strongly that classroom time and resources should be devoted to strengthening students' academic achievements rather than discussing DEI. By focusing on academics, we can ensure our students are equipped to compete in an ever-changing global economy and meet the challenges of the future. I respectfully urge the school board to prioritize academics in the curriculum and minimize the integration of DEI subjects that may distract from this focus, which it has. It is critical that our schools remain dedicated to fostering academic excellence above all else, providing students with the knowledge and skills they need to succeed. I thank you for considering my perspective. I trust the board will make thoughtful decisions in the best interest of our students. I would welcome the opportunity to discuss further if needed. Like, for example, today, a student went home and told his mother he was very disturbed at one of the male staff in the schools came to him with long fingernails and painted with red polish, and that disturbed him, but he wasn't able to speak out because he's fear of retribution. Thank you.
Mary Davis.
Hello, Mary Davis is my first time in your chamber, so hello. And my husband is an alumni of Sweetwater High School. So I'm here tonight to talk about curriculum and curriculum transparency. And I was looking for your sex ed curriculum. I could not find it. So I don't know if you use a state curriculum, if you've developed your own, or use something else. I encourage you to develop your own curriculum. As an example, Cajon Valley developed their own with strong parental input. And they found a balance, and they had a committee, and so I really urge you to go that route. I also urge you to make any curriculum you develop transparent and on your website. Like I said, I did a search and I could not find any, and it's interesting because I did find like PE curriculum and everything, and so I feel like as a taxpayer, we should have ready access to curriculum so that we can see what you are offering. And I went to Wellgreens right before I got this meeting, and they had a button, are you 21? You had to self-certify that you were old enough to view the material. So you could use some kind of, because if we can self-certify to vote, I think we can self-certify to look at our taxpayer curriculum. As far as a comment about the LGBTQ pin, I am a firm believer in the LGB rights. I feel like the TQIA, we've started kind of going off the road, and it's gotten to the point where we're sowing confusion in children. And as the one parent said, that they've been looking at having things foisted on their children that their children are not prepared for, nor do they want to see. And so I'm saying that push for gender expression has actually gotten to the point now that you enter the realm of sexual harassment. What if a student is asexual and does not want to be exposed to that, and you're bringing something else in? So again, we need to find the line where somebody's rights begin, but then other rights are upheld as well, especially for people in Cajon Valley. They have a lot of Muslims who are opposed to a lot of the things that are becoming. I also would refer you to the County of San Diego, that they have had a lawsuit against social media. And it's I encourage you to research that complaint and read it, because they did a lot of digging into the brain development of adolescents and how these brains are late developing in the prefrontal cortex. These kids are not prepared to make decisions, a lot of times that come harm. And so we're seeing more the surgical and the puberty blockers and that kind of thing that make these kids have life-altering decisions that maybe they're not ready for. Lastly, I would also say we need to protect the LGB community, because a lot of these kids are being targeted. And I will refer, and this is again 18 and up only, a handout that the Los Angeles Children's Hospital commissioned through the LA Department of Public Health. It actually is a grooming manual, and this is taking advantage of the LGB population. Thank you.
Denise Lacroix. Can you give them to me? Thank you.
Superintendent Aguirre. On the 10th of February, Castle Park valedictorian Andrea Martinez came before you on behalf of hundreds of Castle Park students to present to you our petition regarding President Trump's executive action allowing Immigration, Customs, and Enforcement, known as ICE, onto school campuses. Within a week, we were told by our principal to reach out to you to set up a meeting. On February 20th, you received an email from us to schedule a meeting. You responded with, quote, "Great to be able to join students at Castle Park for this important conversation. I'll ask Imelda Genovese in my office help us to get ourselves coordinated with Trustee Rudy Lopez, the students at CPH, and myself. On Friday, March 7th, after 2 weeks of waiting, we emailed you again. You responded to that email within a few hours with, "Thank you for bringing this to my attention. Moving forward, I'll ask Dr. Moore and Mr. Estrada to be your points of contact. If you're aware of any immigration enforcement action on any school campus within our district, please bring this to our attention. All of our administrators are aware of the protocols to be followed in the event that were to occur." Your latest response demonstrated to us that you are not taking us seriously. It sounds dismissive, and one can only infer that you forgot about this important conversation. As you are aware, public education is currently being under attack on multiple fronts. It is our duty to meet the social and political expectations of the moment. You're failing to do so. We do not feel safe. We do not feel like you care. We hope to be proven wrong, Superintendent. We are demanding that you, not the assistant superintendents, meet with us. On behalf of hundreds of students at Castle Park High School, I would like to share a poem by Martin Mionoler, which reflects the current and future vulnerability of the educational environment. First they came for the communists, and I did not speak out because I was not a communist. Then they came out for the socialists, and I did not speak out because I was not a socialist. Then they came for the trade unionists, and I did not speak out because I was not a trade unionist. Then they came for the Jews, and I did not speak because I was not a Jew. Then they came for me, and there was no one left to speak out for me. We come here peacefully with open minds and open hearts. We trust that you will reconsider supporting us and ultimately strengthen all of our voices, including those who cannot be heard. We trust that you will assess the situation with ICE and ensure the opportunities students and families have worked hard to achieve. Now we will remind you of our demands, which we hope to work together on achieving because we profoundly believe that the district's current policies do not suffice. Number 1, we demand that you make public statement in solidarity with all students, but especially our undocumented students and their families. The public statement must include a repudiation of the Trump administration call to allow ICE on school campuses. Number 2, we demand that the board pass a school board resolution in support of California Senate Bill 48, immigration enforcement, school sites prohibitions on access, sharing information, and law enforcement collaboration. Number 3, we demand that the board pass a school board resolution safeguarding students and staff activism during the school day, including but not limited to walkouts, marches, and sit-ins. Lastly, we demand that the school board pass a school board resolution protecting students and staff from any administrative retaliation in the event that students or staff obstruct ICE agents to our school classrooms or students. We hope that our words today move you to reconsider the words in our previous email to us and meet us as soon as possible. Thank you.
Erica Lowry.
Adjustment. Greetings and good evening. My name is Erica Lowry. I'm a resident of Imperial Beach, which is in your district, but I'm also a member of the Special Education Local Planning Area, CAC, for a different district. I want to focus on I'm always one of these people who wants to focus on the positives, but I hate to come here with a negative, but I'll start with the positives. You've got 2 separate representatives for the SELPA, parents and professionals. Your professionals are amazing. They are on top of it. I'm working on a subcommittee with one of them. Wonderful job. I cannot commend you enough for these people. Now the reason I'm here, the parent representatives. I would like to request the superintendent and his staff request their appointees to attend the next meeting because they have yet to attend a meeting at all. The next meeting is this Thursday at 6 p.m. We've had morning meetings and we're having evening meetings to vary and allow this time for parents and faculty to come. I would also like you to consider appointing alternates. When I was appointed, that was one of the things I asked for, was an alternate, since I'm the only one from my district. If something happens to me, I want someone to be able to fill that role, because it is a very important role. I meet with families who are going through the IEP process initially, ones that are having fears with transitions. I've got one family that I'm working with who's having an absolute panic attack because their child is going into high school and they don't know how to adjust their child's IEP for that. And I would also have you consider appointing new members if the first two do not work out. This is a very important role. As a parent representative, the parents feel the same pain that every parent going through an IEP process feels. It's challenging. It's not something we signed up for initially. It is something that was put on us for our child's own rights. And we fight, and we fight, and we learn. And having that extra parent there, just as a pat on the back, or be able to say, hey, this worked for me, and this worked for my child. If your child has this passion in their life, try going this route. It gives them opportunities, and it is a very, very important role. And I'm afraid these parents in your district are just not taking it to the full extent. And it's hurting you, it's hurting the families involved, and it's just hurting everyone as a whole. So thank you.
Marco Amaral.
Buenas tardes, Presidenta López Cepeda, Superintendente Aguirre, miembros de la mesa directiva. Good afternoon. In Lakesh, Halakin, you are my other me, I am your other you. If I do harm to you, I do harm to myself. Si te amo y te respeto, me amo y respeto a mí mismo. It's the Pledge of Allegiance in my classroom. And I wish the parents that the community members that just left stayed, because I come up here specifically because I understand, or at least I sympathize with their feelings of a systems or school districts that push, certain frameworks or ideologies and whatnot onto kids, onto students. I would love to spend more time in the classroom, teaching students, engaging student learning and whatnot. But more importantly than a student's gender or sexual orientation, is where they've eaten that morning, is whether they are going home to a home. It's whether they find love at that home. It's whether they have access to transportation. These, for example, are the most significant issues at Castle Park High School. But I do wish that these parents do hear this message to them, because I have spent several hours of countless nights sleeping, without sleeping this year, thinking profoundly about my students that identify as transgender. They undergo so much hatred from this world, from our communities, from their own families. It is something that has taken up a lot of my time. And the number one thing that our teachers do, the number one ideology that we profess, is love. That is the number one thing. I'll spend my last 15 seconds, board members, speaking to you directly. Public education is under attack on many fronts. And it is important now more than ever for you to be absolutely vocal about that, to not hide behind your position, to not be afraid to call out our leadership when our leadership falls short of that. Presidenta Lopez Cepeda, you are very aware of my time at the South Bay Union School District and how you pushed me almost in every meeting and in between that to push a past superintendent to do the right thing. And I did that vocally and publicly. I'm asking this right now is the time to do so as well. Not necessarily towards Superintendent Aguirre, but that's the position that he signed up for. We need to do better. Thank you.
Thank you. Eden Zachary Cazares.
Good evening, members of the Sweetwater Union High School District Board. I'm here with my friend Benji Komisky and my GSA club advisor. Benji is our club president, and this is Ms. Baker. My name is Idan Lazarus Abundez, and I'm here standing before you today not only as a representative for the Gay Straight Alliance at Olympian High School, but also as a proudly gay student, reporting on targeted discrimination and unfair bad faith complaint practices at my high school. In February of 2024, I came out to my speech and debate coach about my sexual orientation in an essay to celebrate my LGBTQ+ identity. Directly after I came out, my coach tried to exclude me from a state qualifier debate tournament. I didn't know it at first, but this would only be the start to the pattern of behavior my coach would put on. Months later, when I complained about my disability accommodations not being honored on my exams, I was called a jerk and a homophobic slur. And a few months after that, when I complained about being excluded from a cabinet vote on the debate team, I reported him to the principal. The coach retaliated against me, gave me a referral for standing up for myself, tampered and exposed my disciplinary records to everyone on the debate team, and used that as pretext for the reason why I was excluded. He also spoliated evidence and destroyed all of my contributions to the debate team's Google Classroom once he was notified of a discrimination complaint being filed with the school. When I tried complaining to my principal, she yelled at me to stop crying and also proceeded to tell me that my people died in the Armenian genocide. Ever since witnesses have started being interviewed by the principal, a few of them have come up to me and blew the whistle. One of the witnesses have emailed me noting that there have been skepticism around the transparency of the administration, and another told me about how the principal was noticeably steering the conversation away from prejudice and discrimination when they talked about how the coach would discriminate against non-religious peers by giving pizza parties, leniency on assignments, and other benefits to exclusively Christian people. In addition, this coach has also preached the Bible in and out of class. And he is still teaching, I think. But that's it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Just one clarification. What site was this at? I didn't hear that. I'm sorry.
Olympian.
I believe I heard Olympian.
Okay, thank you.
Elizabeth Lowenstein Garcia.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Lysabeth Lowenstein Garcia, president of the Sweetwater Counseling and Guidance Association. I'm here today as a school counselor to highlight a growing concern, the way outside organizations like First Gen and Wishwell Counseling are being positioned as essential supports for students, when in reality, school counselors can and should be providing those same services as if given the resources to do so. There is no doubt that First Gen provides valuable mentorship and programming for first-generation college students, and Wishwell Counseling provides meaningful mental health support for our community. Although their work is not meant to replace the role of school counselors, it is meant to fill a gap that frankly should not exist in the first place. The reality is that high counselor caseloads of 360 to 1 force us to triage student needs, leaving many without the individualized academic, college, and personal guidance that they deserve. When our caseloads are unmanageable, we simply do not have the time to offer the consistent, in-depth support that leads to the kind of success First Gen and Wishwell Counseling highlight. But imagine if we did. Research consistently shows that when school counselors have lower caseloads, students receive better academic advising, stronger college and career guidance, and more effective mental health support, all of which lead to higher graduation and college enrollment rates. This is not just a theory. We see it in districts where investments in school counseling have yielded measurable improvements. The solution is not to outsource the work of school counselors, but to empower us to do it effectively. By hiring additional counselors and reducing caseloads, we can replicate or even surpass the results of First Gen and Wishwell Counseling because we are already embedded in students' lives. We understand their needs holistically, and we can provide long-term support. We do not need to reinvent the wheel. We need to strengthen the one we already have. I urge the board to look into these supplemental programs, the funding used for them, and to prioritize lower school counselor caseloads for counselors so we can do the jobs we are trained for and ensure every student receives the support they deserve. Thank you.
No further speakers.
Okay. All right. Clerk of the agenda, will you please read the items being pulled from the consent calendar agenda?
The following items are pulled: F3 by staff, F5 by Ms. Emerald, G10 by the public, I5 has been withdrawn by staff, J7 by staff, and K1 by Ms. Lopez Zepeda.
All right. I need a motion. Do I have a motion to approve the consent agenda?
So moved. Second.
Davis?
Yes.
Arencibia? Yes. Emerald?
Yes.
Lopez?
Yes.
Lopez Zepeda?
Yes.
Solis?
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
Okay, moving along to F3. Report on board requests for information and policy direction to staff and board communication.
Good evening. I just wanted to acknowledge this weekend I learned of the passing of Coach Jan Chapman. And while I was a student at Hilltop, he was one of two people that we could always go to. It was Manny, the custodian, and it was Coach Chapman. If you wanted sympathy, you'd go to Manny. If you needed a kick in the butt, you'd go to the coach. He never did it, though. I still think of him often because he was my driver's ed teacher, so I always think of him when I'm right in the middle of something that I'm not supposed to be doing. But I did want to just acknowledge tonight his life and the legacy he left behind, and that he's testament to the great people we have at Sweetwater that are teaching our kids. Thank you.
Anyone else? Marty? Yeah. Trustee Emerald?
And this is F5, but I'm looking forward to Mr. Tchaikovsky's presentation of the comprehensive school safety plan, and then offering a motion to amend it ever so slightly.
Okay, we're on F3 for now, so
okay.
that'll come up later. F3?
I just want to go ahead and thank teachers, Ms. Ugarte and the teachers that came out and spoke up for our students. I really appreciate it. As a father of a non-binary kid, I'm going to be honest with you, it means a lot. And we have to be able to, show the love and be able to give love to students. So I'm appreciative of us standing together with regards to that goal. And I don't see it as indoctrination or ideology. I just think, I love my kid and I want the best for them.
Yes. I would like to just reiterate, we are here with one goal, and that is to educate all children, keeping in mind their safety and their health. And we need to do it to make sure that they are successful and are able to achieve beyond Sweetwater. Okay? So, F5, this would be the safety plans. Trustee Emerald, you had a concern with 5?
No concern at all. In fact, if Mr. Tchaikovsky would like to come up and explain what the safety plan is, I was just going to offer an amendment on top of the good work he's already doing.
Your microphone was on.
Oh.
Taste, taste. Oh, it is on now. Great.
Correct.
That's old radio talk, that taste, taste, and 1, 2, 3. Never learned much beyond it, but that's okay.
Yeah, good evening, board members. I don't have a formal presentation, but just a quick overview of the Comprehensive School Safety Plan. It's a very multidisciplinary document that is both static guidance, safety protocol, but then is also an ongoing planning document for the school sites where they tailor their own goal setting across different categories such as access control, options-based protocol at the school site, behavioral threat assessment, and then other things of their choice, positive climate as well. It's really unique because it involves a lot of different departments that contribute to the support of this process. So it's not just something from my department in safety and security, but it involves the work of my colleagues in student support services, as well as now adding the cardiac safety, and it just keeps growing. It's from everything from natural disasters like wildfire to human-caused threats. So I'm really proud of the work that our APs do with their school site safety teams, working together on a monthly basis, articulating with all the safety team members. The district provides support by doing an annual mandatory training where we do some PowerPoint at them, but then a lot of running around, working with our mental health and law enforcement partners. We do monthly meetings with the APs, where my assistant, Anna Gutierrez, AP on special assignment, helps work specifically with the APs just to really try to give the most comprehensive support we can for that really important document.
First, I'd like to offer other board members an opportunity to ask questions to this plan.
Me personally, I've lived safety plans and helped create some in my day, so I have no questions.
Okay.
I would just like to add a little bit of context. So the reason
Right.
these come forward this time of year is there's actually a statutory compliance requirement, and that's why we're bringing them forth this time of year. And again, there's multiple elements that compose the comprehensive school safety plan, and John and his team really work really thoughtfully with school leaders to ensure that there's a lot of reflection and kind of just very thoughtful way to put these together. So just wanted to add that context. There is a statutory piece to these coming forward.
That's great. And it is a very comprehensive program. I've sat through some of your day-long seminars, and there are threats that come at schools from every direction, every possible direction, including threats from the inside. And I think that, Mr. Tchaikovsky, you've really looked at all of that, and I praise all the work you've done. I think it's very good. One element I would like to add, however, and I'd like to add another element. Ms. Davis, our student representative, mentioned at the top of this meeting about the CPR, AED training programs that we have been working now for close to a year. And just so you know, we're closer to 22,000 now, which is a huge number. And Ms. Fox, Christina Fox from the Adult Education, has been managing this beautifully, making sure that we have support on all of the campuses, that young people are getting some educational value out of this, not just, oh, good, we get to do something different for PE, because it's not easy. They come away kind of tired. But what I want to do is just include the CPR AED training in our health and safety plans going forward, so that we have an incentive to continue training incoming students in the fine art of cardiopulmonary resuscitation and how to use an AED. These are force multipliers when it comes to safety on any campus or in any community. So it would be including going forward in the 25-26 school year, going forward with our 7th and 11th graders to teach all of them the CPR and AED, and 12th graders at San Ysidro High School, where there's a need, and I'm just going to double check. I'm pretty sure it's 12th graders. It may have been 10, but I can amend it if possible. So that would be, this is my proposal to add to this plan and help create a broader impact potentially on our campuses, in our classrooms, in our communities. Wondering too, your observation about adding this to a safety plan, which impacts so much of the community.
Yeah, the comprehensive nature of the safety plan makes it a good place to add that. It's very multidisciplinary, so I can work with Dr. Aguirre on that.
Great.
Yeah, as a lot of what we do, there's a lot of interdisciplinary work that happens. So I would ask Mr. Tchaikovsky to work with Dr. Moore's area as well over in student services to make sure we're doing this in a way that's coherent across the system. But I do believe that this is one of those collective action efforts that can really possibly save lives, and we don't even know where. It could be at a restaurant, it could be at a grocery store, and so the more we can equip our students with that kind of muscle memory and that confidence to be able to do this, I think is a value add, and we can work over the coming year to put something in place, since we already have, in essence, a template from the work that happened this year with Dr. Moore's area. It would be kind of bring it together with Mr.
Right.
Tchaikovsky.
And the idea is to put it in writing so it's memorialized, and so that program planners in the future, board members in the future, the next superintendent who comes down the road will understand that this is the intent of our district to serve the community. And just a final note, and then I'll zip it. Cardiac arrest is the #1 killer in our country. Think on it. People who suddenly have something happen and they drop, and people think for no reason. Well, something went wrong with the electrical system in the body. People who are the victims of crime, who may have a reaction that causes their heart to shut down. Any number of reasons. And for that reason, I think it's very important that we as a community, and we're not just the people in this room, we are a broader community, need to make sure that everyone, including our youngest children, are trained up in how to recognize this kind of life-threatening emergency, how to respond to it, and how to save lives.
So, to
Motion to approve.
understand,
With that, it's adding it to the health and the safety plan that Mr. Tchaikovsky has created for us.
so that would be moving forward?
Yeah, moving forward.
Yes, correct. This item, if I may, this item is for the safety plans for this school year, so we can take that as board direction to go for the next school year and approve this item as presented.
And again, I'll present those grade levels that I had mentioned earlier so that we can be specific about the grades that we want to continue training, so we're not coming back and training everybody this next year. It's been an exhausting process, but really rewarding. So I'll get that information to you after this meeting, okay?
Okay, thank you.
Terrific, thank you so much.
Motion for F5?
I already made the motion.
A motion? I will second.
I mailed in the motion a while ago.
Davis?
Yes.
Arencibia?
Yes.
Emerald? Lopez?
Yes.
Lopez Zepeda?
Yes.
Solis?
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
Next item is G10 by the public.
Yes, I have one speaker, Elena Vallejo Paez.
Good evening, board members, superintendent, and guests. My name is Elena Vallejo Paez. I'm a counselor at Sweetwater High School and Southwest High School. On September 9th, 2024, counselors were grateful to the board for approving the agreement for the California College Guidance Initiative, known as the CCGI Partnership. Counselors had been asking for use of this legislative authorized service provider as a college planning and advising tool since its rollout in 2021-2022. CCGI offered access to college planning, financial aid, and career exploration tools to students while streamlining the college application process. And anytime streamlining happens, it's always a win for counselors.
But since implementation of any program is a time-consuming endeavor, counselors are also now hopeful for the opportunity to participate in the Border Region Talent Pipeline Collaborative Grant. Although the grant allows for various projects, one of the main components is the implementation of CCGI. This is due to the grant requirement that all districts must implement CCGI to receive the grant funding. Counselors have a crucial role to play in CCGI's successful implementation. While CCGI provides valuable tools for college planning, financial aid, and career exploration, counselors are the experts who help students navigate the vast landscape. We assist with understanding college eligibility, meeting A through G requirements, and ensuring students are on track for graduation and college admission. Counselors are also essential for assisting with FAFSA applications and providing personalized career and college planning. While CCGI offers a technological platform, it is the counselors who play the critical role in ensuring that the platform is used effectively and that students are supported through each step of their journey. From advising students on course selection to guiding them through the FAFSA process and beyond, counselors are the backbone of CCGI's success. Therefore, it is logical and necessary that investing in our training and support will maximize the impact of CCGI. Currently, the grant indicates training for only 30 counselors. Our hope is that the district will recognize the value of importance in having all counselors trained as quickly as possible in how to utilize CCGI so that we are ready to assist students starting next school year. With only a short window to utilize the potential $190,000 from the Border Region Talent Pipeline Collaborative Grant, it's such a mouthful, 128 of that is earmarked for CCGI. Counselors are ready and willing to attend trainings before the May funding expiration date. Thank you.
All right.
No further speakers.
Okay. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Davis?
Yes.
Arencibia?
Yes.
Lopez?
Yes.
Emerald? Yes. Lopez Zepeda?
Yes.
Solis?
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
And moving on to J7, which is financial services.
If I may, this is the second interim financial report, which Dr. Salkel will be presenting, and I will not steal her thunder this time. So Dr. Salkel.
So good evening, President Lopez Zepeda, Board of Trustees, Dr. Aguirre, Cabinet and Community. So we're presenting the second interim report. This is another opportunity at looking at the 24-25 budget. We had brought the first interim back in December, and now we have new information since then. The governor released the 25-26 state proposal back in January before the 10th, and so we have some new variables that we're able to include in the second interim report. So it gives us an opportunity with that new information, also looking at our actuals. We do look at our actuals through January 31st, and then adjust any projections through what we believe by the time frame by end of the fiscal year for June. This is also the board's second opportunity to look at the financial condition for the current year, plus 2 more years, 25-26 and 26-27. So our recommendation here, after we go through the details here, will be as a recommendation for a positive certification based on the components of the multi-year projection. So with that said, here's just a snapshot of the key milestones as to where we're at. So ahead, we've got the May revision, which will be another update from the governor in terms of the proposal for next year, and then we will bring the budget for 25-26 to the board, looking ahead, but then also looking at the current year, what our estimates might be in June as well. Okay, so with that said, just a couple of points from the governor's budget that was released, and it's the block there to the left. When we brought the first interim to the board, we were working off of a 2.9% cost of living adjustment. That changed just slightly, it decreased a little bit by 2.43%. So something just keep in mind, because we did share, we always during these interim cycles and reporting cycles, we do meet with the County Office of Education prior to, since they review the SACS report package that you have, along with all these financial documents. They did caution that what is being discussed possibly for May revise is that COLA might reduce again. not by much. They're hearing about 2.2%. But again, it's just something for all of us to continue to monitor that as we do prepare our budget development work for next year. The other item that was highlighted in the governor's proposal was a student support and professional development discretionary block grant. Again, as noted here, we're awaiting what that specifics of that grant will be, what the methodology and so forth will be. So something to monitor here over the next few months as this evolves. But he did include a $1.8 billion one-time grant statewide. Another area to keep an eye on is in his proposal, he also extended, because currently the Learning Recovery Emergency Block Grant expires in the fiscal year 26-27. So he is proposing $378.6 million to extend that grant by an additional year. In this area too, we're awaiting the specifics of what that will entail. Hopefully we'll have something by May revised so that we can build that into the budget plan for next year. So with that, in terms of the state budget proposals, another update we have at the local level for us is now we have the CalPAS, which is our census data from October, was certified in January. So we have some updated numbers here that we can then incorporate. I think it's in the next slide here. When we put all those variables together, whether it's state, whether it's local, and you can kind of see that last block there, we've got a couple of highlights. You can see that our funded ADA changed a little bit, that cost of living adjustment, and our average daily attendance. That percentage, we are going to be monitoring that very closely here in the next few weeks because our cutoff is known as the P2, is right before spring break. So if that attendance comes in a little bit higher, and we're seeing that track a little bit higher, that'll certainly help us in our funding, which will roll into next year. So something for us to monitor. I've reached out to all the school sites and principals to ensure that they get all that credit recovery and everything in so we can ensure that those numbers come in a little bit higher. So all of that data goes into the revenue calculations. So you can kind of see what those puts and takes were there. So that rolls into what we do our side-by-side reporting during these reporting cycles. So you can see that our revenues didn't change much other than our other local, the interest earnings at the county came in a little bit higher, so we reflected that. But one thing to note is our expenditures, because we also did need to disclose this in the bond official statement, kind of concurrently, because that recently closed, the transaction on March 5th. So we needed to disclose that in the bond official statement that the board had taken action on the CSEA agreement from a bargaining standpoint with the 2.75% increase. These financials here for second interim assume that even though we are bargaining still in the process with all the other units, it does reflect that cost in this financial projection for this, for general fund as well as our other funds as well. So you can see the footnotes can be consistent through the presentation. You can see at the bottom that it says includes bargained agreements and Me Too financial obligations. So it's factored in there, even though conversations are still being had at the table for other units. So that's the key change there from an expenditure standpoint. And so with that then, taking that into the multi-year projection, that's what I mentioned earlier in terms of what our recommendation is. With these changes, we are still looking at a positive certification for second interim to ensure that our obligations are met over the 3-year period. As I've highlighted before, it does have a structural deficit on that row 10. Something to keep in mind is that structural deficit in the out years. However, we are utilizing those reserves, particularly the declining enrollment reserve, to offset that structural deficit. Okay, so at this point, even though some of the expenditures changed, it's now decreased it, but we can still meet that obligation at this point in time. The other thing I'd like to note, we've highlighted this as well in the past, is the footnote regarding the economic uncertainties for the 26-27 year. The districts, because of that cusp of the average daily attendance, 30,000 is the average daily attendance cutoff threshold. So as we've been reporting, we're right above it or right below it, right? So this time we're right above it. So we're back to maintaining the 2% economic uncertainty, but we could be on the cusp of going to 3%. So where we were at during budget development. So again, something to keep in mind, especially as we start to prepare budget development, and we'll be adding the 27-28 year. That'll be our 3-year window. So again, just disclosing that piece there. At this point, our cash flow projections, we can meet those obligations for this year. We don't anticipate any short-term borrowing. And then just looking at our other funds, Fund 11, just want to highlight here, because I know there's been some questions regarding the fund balance. There are some capital expenditures that have already been earmarked. So right now, we're projecting a fund balance of 1.3 million. This also factors in the 2.75% increase. But that fund balance is accounting for projects such as paint projects, marquee projects. There's been computers. The board took action, I believe, at the last board meeting, about $1 million in computers. That order has already been processed. We're awaiting delivery on that from the vendor. So that's already been accounted for. So just want to highlight that piece of it with that fund balance or that position. And then same thing with Fund 13, that's including all the considerations as well. There's also a spend down plan here of over a little bit of $4 million, but that's accounted for as well. That's through the CDE. And other than that, kind of concluding it, I think just more of that look ahead. I think there's a slide here that looks at now the governor's proposal here. There's a lot of different steps, right, from January to May that starts the legislative process at the state standpoint. So a lot of what we introduced in the beginning, possible budget considerations could be negotiated, could change as we get to May and then eventually June. But our work has commenced with the budget development process. We've been meeting with schools, we've been meeting with departments, and starting to build that as we bring that forward to the board in June. And so with that, the last page is that recommendation for the budget certification of the positive.
Questions? No?
No questions, just a comment. I just want to say thank you to Dr. Salkeld, Dr. Aguirre, and the rest of the staff for their hard work. I was finally back on the Audit Finance Subcommittee and we went over this, and it was amazing how, how could I say it? It wasn't as...
Scary?
You could say scary, but it wasn't as crazy as it was when I first started many years back. And this community member, Dan Gutowski, actually said he's been around for a good amount of time, and how happy he was with how positive things have gotten. And it's just the true testament to all the work that you guys all have done, and we really appreciate that. So thank you.
Okay. So then we're looking for a motion.
I'll make that motion.
Wait. Oh, hold on. A motion to approve with a positive certification,
So moved.
indicating
Second.
financial obligations can be met during the 2025, 2026, and 2026, 2027.
Second.
Davis?
Yes.
Arencibia?
Yes.
Emerald?
Yes.
Lopez?
Yes.
Lopez Zepeda?
Yes.
Solis?
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
Okay. Next item is K1. K1, and that's me. And I would like to really highlight the work that has been done to make sure that there are no no pink slips on March 15 for either certificated or classified. That is amazing, since we are one of the largest districts in the county and among one that isn't going to be offering those March 15 RIF notices. I really applaud your work. Thank you so much.
All right, can I continue on that? I'd like to piggyback on that. It's just, before I got elected, I remember that one year that we had that meeting over at Chula Vista Middle, and it just broke out in kind of just madness. And I just wanted to say to everybody, that's where we were, and this is where we are at. And I just want to thank everybody from our labor team, you know, and to administrative team, and to everybody, and even classified folks. Please pat yourselves on the back. We've avoided what many of the districts in the city, in the county have faced. So little by little we get there. And I congratulate both Dr. Salkeld and I congratulate Dr. Aguirre for getting us to this point, and the board as well. My colleagues here have been really focused on that. Thank you so much to you, Ms. Ugarte, and everyone else that's negotiating in good faith. I'm really thankful for this.
Okay. Anything else? Oh,
We need a motion for K1.
God, I was
Move.
Sorry.
So moved, so
You
moved.
can wait. I'm sorry, who seconded? Thank you. Davis?
Yes.
Arencibia? Emerald?
Yes.
Lopez?
Yes.
Lopez Zepeda?
Yes.
Solis?
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
And with that, we will adjourn the regular board meeting.